I got a fast response on 78. Anybody else need a roll call on 78? Turbo 1, 10, 17 hours. Do I have a turbo 2?
The new Keltec PR57 is the lightest 5.7 pistol available. Stripper clips and a rotary barrel create a compact, lightweight, and easy-to-use pistol with a 20+1 capacity. Innovation, performance. Keltec.
From the efficiency of American natural gas and the dependability of nuclear power, to the strength of Florida's sunshine and the flexibility of advanced battery storage systems, we leverage a diverse mix of energy sources to power our growing state, ensuring reliable, low-cost power for your home or business whenever you need it. FPL, working for you every single day.
Welcome to the fold with a twist. The third generation Keltec Sub 2000 quickly twists and folds in half, optics and all, and just as quickly deploys. Now available in multiple calibers. Innovation, performance. Keltec.
There's something about the people of Florida. Something that makes us go the extra mile. Spend a little more time. Help a neighbor when they need it most. Do our part, big or small, to make things better for everyone. At FPL, we're working every single day to ensure you have electricity you can count on. We're building a stronger, smarter, more resilient grid, using cost-effective, diverse energy sources to deliver reliable electricity while keeping bills as low as possible. And while the days come and go, our mission never changes. For nearly a century, FPL has been here, and we will continue to be here, working for you every single day.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Cocoa Beach, Florida. The 2025 offshore race season kicks off with Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach, coming to you from Port Canaveral, Florida. I am Mike Uwaski. I will bring you the live race action today here in this beautiful, sunny, clearing up day. It was a little cloudy earlier. It was breezy last night, but that has seemed to have laid down. Did hear earlier that it may pick up a little bit later in the day around 2 o'clock, so races might get a little bit bumpier as we move through our day. Beautiful day here on the Atlantic Ocean. We've got lots of racing action coming to you today. Let's take a look at the course here at Thunder Cocoa on the beach. It's 6.9 miles long. There is a dog leg on the south side. That's that buoy there. You come around across the start-finish line. 6.9 miles, and there is a start chute. Start procedure is going to be a little bit different this year. We will explain that as the boats come out. But this is normally typically a rough water race, but it's a little bit flatter today. I remember here a couple of years ago, it was really, really rough. And then as it's gone on, as it's progressed, it just seems to kind of get calmer and calmer. But this always is a true ocean race as you look at the beautiful beaches here. There's our VIP tent off to your right side. Give a shout out to all of our VIP patrons down there. 80 degrees, wind speed 2 miles an hour, wave height 1.6 feet. Might kick up to about 2.5, maybe 3 feet later on this afternoon. But just a beautiful day here. Of course, we had racing action coming to you live yesterday. This is going to be day number 2 of Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach, kicking off the 2025 APBA National and World Championship right here in Florida. Next stop will be New Orleans, Louisiana. We will then go to Sheboygan, Wisconsin, then on to St. Pete, Florida. And our final race of the APBA National and World Championship Series will be in Englewood, Florida in October. So go to P1 Offshore to keep up with all of your racing knowledge, schedule, notes, buy merchandise, and watch your favorite team and see when we're going to be in a town near you. So our first race today is going to be Class 6, 5, and 4. 1 boat in Class 6, 2 boats in Class 5, and 2 boats in Class 4. That will be our first race today. Second race will be the Mod V boats. Third race, it'll be Mod V and Class 2 in the second race. Our third race will be the Factory Stock 500 class, and race number 7. The last race of the day will be Super Cat. And there you see it. These times are, of course, flexible. As everybody knows, things can happen. Helicopters get refueled. So these times are always subject to change. Leading off Class 6, it's going to be boat number 611, Team Velocity. Bob Spitlusky and Scott McCormick. In Class 5, Yabba Dabba Doo, Nelson Sawyer and J.D. Vines. Got 579, Tunnel Vision, Mike McLaughlin and Robert Bryan. In Class 4, 477, Superior Offshore, Mark Fernandez and Damian Marotta. And then SimmonsMarine.com, you've got Jason Zolecki and Jake Coons filling in for Jim Simmons in the boat today in that 34-foot Phantom. That'll be our first race of the day. So as I mentioned earlier, the start procedure changed here a little bit. Used to mill at the south end of this course and then start going north. What they're going to do is actually mill them on the at the inlet on the north side of the course. We will mill there. They will bring them south. They will bypass the dogleg. They will be under a red flag. They will go around the south turn. At that time, a yellow flag will go up. They will exit the south turn, and you'll see 2 green buoys. It's called the start chute. Just like you saw in other classes last year, that's when the race will start. They will no longer hold them to get them all lined up and try to get everybody all sorted out and get their details worked out. If you're not worked out by the time you get to that start chute, they basically said, now it's your problem, not our problem. We're giving you a point where you're going to start, just like in NASCAR or F1 or many other forms of motorsports. You have a set start line. Well, we have that here with those 2 green buoys, and you'll see those as the boats get underway. But there is our cigarette pace boat, 38-foot Top Gun. Jim Jackson, the official starter for P1 on board. Class 6 will be on the inside, Class 5 will be in the middle, and then Class 4 will be on the outside. Superior Offshore will also be running with the Mod Vs. It won't be scored with the Mod Vs, but he will be running with the Mod Vs later today. He will be starting on the outside of that group. As you see the red flag there, so they get the boats up on plane. They will bypass the dogleg. They will go through the turn. And as I mentioned, start at those 2 green buoys. Then we will do 1 full complete lap all the way around the course, full 6.9 miles, and go back across the finish line and pull a piece of tape. Class 5, classes 6 and 5 are going to run 5 laps. Class 4 is going to run 6 laps in this first race of the day. Thunder on Cocoa Beach Offshore Race would like to thank Keltec for their continued support. Keltec designs firearms right here in Brevard County, Florida, that are innovative in design and exciting to use. Look for them at your favorite firearms dealer. The live stream sponsor is sponsored by Keltec, our presenting sponsor X Insurance, and produced by Greenlight TV. Presenting sponsors for this race are Visit Space Coast, X Insurance, and legendary Cocoa Beach. And then, of course, the great local sponsors that we have here in this beautiful town, and we couldn't do it without local sponsors. You have Butt Racks, Cape Marina, JT Social Bar, located inside of Cocoa Beach La Quinta Inn, Bale Brothers Cranes and Rigging, Coconuts on Cocoa Beach, Sandbar Sports Grill, Direct Graphics Printing, Boat and Motor Superstore, Florida Power and Light, J&J Cafe, Rocket Healthcare, Navin Boats, J-Mac Roofing, In Place Machining Company, Metrology Works, Springwater Homes, and of course Fish Lips Bar and Grill, where Mike and Rick, along with Carrie and Kevin, are the 4 promoters that have been putting this race on for 16 years here in Cocoa Beach, Florida. This is one of my favorite race sites to come to. I love a good beach town, and this is a good beach town. I actually took a cruise out here last year, right out of Port Canaveral. Just a beautiful place. Put this on your list of areas you want to visit. If you like the ocean, of course. If you like a lake, maybe not the best place for you. But if you like the ocean, this is a good place. All right, the boats are getting sorted out and getting lined up. Velocity is going to be on the inside. As I said, Class 5 in the middle, and then Class 4 on the outside. 611 Velocity, the only boat running in Class 6 today. 2 boats in Class 4, 2 boats in Class 5. Tunnel Vision, Yabba Dabba Doo in Class 5. A battle of old school offshore technology in Class 5. Then you have a twin-engine open boat versus a single-engine V-bottom canopy in Class 4. Both Phantoms, one of Simmons Marine and the other of Superior Offshore. Now remember, they will not stop from this point moving forward. They will go around the turn, under yellow flag. The pace boat will maintain the same speed. They will come up around out of the turn. When they start heading towards that start chute, they'll start bringing the speed up appropriate for starting the classes out here today, and then let them go at that start chute. Class 6, 70 miles an hour. Class 5, 75 miles an hour. And Class 4 is 85 miles an hour. Beautiful shot there. Pretty calm today. Pretty hazy out there, too. A little harder to see the course buoys, but being a great day, it's going to burn off, I'm sure, as the weather progresses, the day goes on. But it was windy last night when I got to my hotel, and I was wondering if that wind was going to stick around today, but not much of a breeze. It's going to be about 86. It's going to be hot today. Hot and humid here in Cocoa Beach, Florida. 2025 race season, day number 2, kicking off here. Thanks to Sean Connor for coming in yesterday and covering day 1 of racing. Did a great job doing the live stream for his first ever time. Not a very easy thing to do, so great job, Sean. Heard good things about it all night last night, and look forward to coming back again. Next race will be New Orleans, Louisiana in June. Got Angel 1 in tow. That is our safety helicopter, Sean Steiner, up there today. And one thing we've tweaked in offshore powerboat racing, so now we have 2 divers on standby at the airport. What that allows us to do is we have to deploy a diver. We have to wait till the diver gets back in the helicopter to start the race. So we have actually 2 divers on standby over at the airport. So if we have to deploy, the helicopter will go over, pick those other 2 up, and then they will come immediately back out and try and speed the process up. Well, I made my first mistake in the race commentary for 2025. They did do the dog leg. I thought they were going to bypass it, but they went all the way around it. And that's okay. Gives you a good shot there of those boats making that left-hand turn, and they will swing back right on the south end of the course. The dog leg on this course, I think, came into play in 2017, maybe 2017, 2018. See by the green line, that's just about where the race boats are now. So entering that first pin of the south turn. Again, not stopping, going straight into racing. Slower boats on the inside, faster boats all the way to the outside. There goes the cigarette top gun into the corner. There's Class 6, Class 4, and Class 5. This race, of course, produced by P1 Offshore, sanctioned by APBA and UIM. This is, of course, the first race of the APBA National Championship and World Championship. And all of these boats will now be qualifying for a UIM championship as well. That is something new for the bracket class boats. It was incorporated in the UIM rules for the 2025 season. There is the yellow flag. These boats will start to gain some speed as they come around the corner. They will straighten up. I believe I was told it's about a quarter mile from where the exit buoy of this turn is to that start chute. Cocoa Beach is a tricky race because as you get closer to the beach itself, it gets a little bit rougher. The water gets shallower, the waves tend to push up. Not always a place you want to be on the outside. Let's see how that single-engine Phantom of Superior Offshore can do against the 34-foot Phantom of Simmons Marine. Velocity is going to be all the way to the left. Well, the pace boat's all the way to your left, then Velocity, then Yabba Dabba Doo, Tunnel Vision, Simmons, and Superior Offshore. 5 boats running here in the first race. There is the start chute. Green flag is up. Oh, hard to see the green flag, sorry. Now the green flag should be up, and we should be going racing here at Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach, Day 2, 2025, as classes 4, 5, and 6 get underway. A lot of separation between the 2 Class 5 boats. There is the Velocity 611 on the inside. New boat last year, Scott McCormick, of course, of Velocity Powerboats, making his return and won in Sarasota, Florida. I believe that was his first race last year. Was in Sarasota, and he took home the checkered flag. Superior Offshore out to the early lead in Class 4. Tunnel Vision, Yabba Dabba Doo. Tunnel Vision, small lead over there as they start to get to go around Class 6. Superior Offshore pulling away from Simmons. Class 5 boats hooked together, though. Tunnel Vision and Yabba Dabba Doo, not much separation. These are bracketed class boats. They can only run their bracketed speed. The rules changed for bracket class racing for 2025. Now there is a zero tolerance breakout policy. You can simply not break out of your speed category. In previous years, there was a time variant that you had where if it was limited to a certain amount of time, that accounted for spikes in GPS readings, then that was allowed. But that has since then gone away, and now it is basically a zero tolerance breakout policy. So the throttlemen are looking at their GPSs with their speed in big bold letters, making sure not to go over that speed bracket. And I was talking to Jason Zalecki of Simmons last night, and he said, Mike, I've never broken out of a speed bracket in any of the races that I've run. Now that's him telling me that, not 100% factual information as far as I know, but Jason's a pretty upfront guy, so I really don't believe he wouldn't tell me the truth. Good move there on the inside. They were able to set that boat down in the corner. Jake Coons driving that boat for the first time today in a race. Good job in his first turn. They were able to take the lead away from Superior Offshore on the inside and continue to pull away as they exit this turn. This is the start of lap 1. They will go around and pull tape. Looks like Superior Offshore carried a little bit more speed to the outside, but that didn't seem to affect Simmons. The water looks like it's going to favor Simmons to me over Superior Offshore. Just a little bit more girth, a longer boat, 34-foot Phantom against a 30-foot Phantom. And I think it'll just do much better. This is Class 5 and Class 6. Tunnel vision should just be to the right of our screen, I believe. There is Velocity Powerboats currently running alone in Class 6. And Yabba Dabba Doo second in Class 5. Beautiful shot there of that Velocity. Very similar to the old Factory 1 boats back in the early 2000s. As you see the beautiful colored 34-foot Phantom, SimmonsMarine.com. Of course, Jim Simmons sitting this one out and got Jake Coons inside the boat. But look at Superior Marine. Now they're going to have the inside of the dogleg going back down. They carried a tremendous amount of speed. And when you see a boat pass somebody that fast on the outside, you've got to wonder if they did, in fact, possibly break out. Of course, they don't know if they broke out because it's monitored by a GPS that they cannot see and cannot read until the boat is back on shore and tech inspected to see if they broke out of their speed bracket. But that was a big move on the outside, which of course was the inside of the dogleg. Now Simmons will be back on the inside going into the south turn. Let's see if that benefits them as it did through the north turn. Remember, they hugged it real tight, maintained their speed, and were able to take the lead. This time by will complete lap number 1 of 6 for Class 4 and lap number 1 of 5 for Class 6. First race of the day. Second race is going to be Mod V in Class 2. Third race will be the 500 factory stock class, and then race number 7 will be Super Cat. As you can see where these boats are entering the course on this south turn. Let's see if it works out for Simmons. Simmons slowed a lot there. Not sure what happened. It looks like he got in a little bit of the rooster tail, but these are step bottom boats, and it's a very precarious situation. When you big hop there by Simmons, that was basically the biggest wave we've seen all day, or at least to this point. But when you're in a step bottom boat and you're turning around a turn in the wake of another boat, it can really upset that boat and kind of break the suction free on the water. I wonder maybe if that's what happened. They were almost right in the rooster tail of Superior Offshore, but that has put a pretty good length between these two boats. This will complete lap number 1 of 6 as Superior Offshore has taken about a 2 rooster tail length lead over Simmons. The remainder of our 2 classes come around. It looks like Tunnel Vision should be in first in Class 5 and Velocity running in first in Class 6. And Yabba Dabba Doo, I think that is the boat now just exiting the south turn, completing the first lap of 5 for Class 5 and Class 6. Exciting day in the Super Stock race yesterday. Got 6 of 7 laps completed before S12 went over. Everybody was okay. It was not a very violent rollover. It was pretty slow. The team was able to get out with no issues. Of course, our medical staff, led by Sean Steiner, was on scene within seconds, had divers on that boat within seconds. We couldn't do this without the support of the safety staff. There is 579, Tunnel Vision, Mike McLaughlin and Robert Bryan. So this boat is worked on in a town called Edgewater, Maryland, the same town I live in. And I was actually turning left onto the road that goes through town, and there was Mike getting his trailer back down to the marina to pick the boat up and bring it down here to Cocoa Beach. See the water coming out the side there? That is for ballast. That is either water coming from the exhaust that they will divert into a ballast tank if they need to, or they're emptying their ballast tank currently. But I can't imagine they are running ballast in this water. There is the 30-foot Phantom Superior Offshore, boat number 477. Again, they will be running with Mod V later today. Of course, it will not count towards points or anything for Mod V, simply because this boat has a not spec motor for that class. What a great shot there. I was told by our producers that we had a guy with a gimbal on a boat. They said it's a great shot, and it is. Very stable, too. Looks really, really good. Gives you a good shot of the water. Of course, Phantom Powerboat's built right here in Florida. Will Smith. Phantom's been around for a long time. This is one of the newer generations of Phantoms. There's at least one of these for sale if you wanted to buy it. I don't believe it's sold, but that was Fast Boys, Ken Bollinger, Forrest Riddle. That is a spec class winning boat that if you want to run out and come run Mod V, you can purchase that boat and come out and race in New Orleans if you so choose. A couple of these Phantoms, though, they put the bigger motors in them and they want to run in Class 4. Framed Offshore, who was our champion last year in Class 4, not here this weekend. Of course, they are running an extreme hull. Not sure what happened to those guys this weekend, but we hope to see them soon out as well. Here is the Velocity in 611. Bob and Scott doing a great job. Of course, another Velocity ran yesterday and won in Class 7 at Dirt Legal. Taking your win there. That's a 22-foot Velocity. The Punisher, the model is called. Of course, Velocity Powerboat's based right out of Central Florida. Scott McCormick bought the company quite some years ago. I don't remember the exact number of years. Bought the business quite some years ago and has really turned it around. Building some beautiful boats. Of course, getting into the center console market, like a lot of the other manufacturers are, but built this boat specifically to come out here and race. There are a couple of these still in existence. I can't remember which ones are still around, but this is a brand new boat they built last year. It debuted in Sarasota, Florida, and they were able to take the win there. And Scott McCormick is a happy-go-lucky guy, and he was very happy to win his first race in Class 6. The rules also changed within APBA this year with as far as points and class structure is concerned. As long as you have 2 boats in your class, now it used to be 3, as long as you have 2 boats in your class, that will count as an official race and you will score first and second points. Now, since there's only 1 boat in Class 6, they will get last place points for the day, but they still get points even though they're the only one in their class. And you can't win a championship at the first race, but you can certainly lose a championship at the first race if you don't finish or don't show up. So Velocity taking one step forward closer to that national championship and world championship in APBA and UIM. There is Superior Offshore. They are your leaders in Class 4, 29-foot Phantom hull. Now headed on the north leg of the course. That's going to complete lap number 1, start lap number 2 of 6 for this first race of the day. Mod V will be running 6 laps. Class 2 will be running 7 laps. The Factory Stock 500 class will be running 7 laps, and Super Cat will be running 9 laps. Of course, some changes in Super Cat that we'll get in later today. Not a new team, but a new boat. Oh, I'm sorry, starting lap 3. Wow, Laura, I can't even keep track when there's only this many boats on the course. Lap 3 of 5 and 6, I apologize. Also got some new boats making their debut in Mod V this year, built by Charlie McCarthy, called Spartan Powerboats. Punisher and Relentless will be running 2 brand new hulls, debuting here in Cocoa Beach, Florida. Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Thunder on Cocoa Beach Offshore Race would like to thank Keltec for their continued support. Keltec employs hundreds of your friends and neighbors right here in Brevard County. Many of them are military veterans. Look for their guns at your local favorite firearms dealer. Now this is interesting. 611 is now getting up and starting to dice with the Class 5 boat, Tunnel Vision. Mike and Robert in the Pantera Hall. I was talking to Mike last night in the pits before I went to my hotel, and I questioned the orange roll bar in the back of that Pantera. And I said, are we going Baja racing? And I think he kind of took offense to my joke a little bit, but he said no. He said, actually, I put this in here for safety. There's been some incidences over the years where some people have gotten hurt in some of these open boats, and the design of that is actually down structurally into the floor of that boat. And to deflect things away from the driver and throttle man, either from a side impact or even possibly from a rear impact, to try and get whatever's coming at them, probably another boat, deflected away from them. So really interesting to see that. Of course, Mike did a great job putting it in the boat. Looks factory, looks like it came that way from Pantera. Really great safety innovation there in Class 5. These are two separate boats, or two separate classes rather, classes 6 and 5. Now the Velocity, I'm sure the Velocity could run Class 5 if it wanted to. All of these boats can go well beyond their bracketed speed, but they wanted to run Class 6, and they can do that. Tunnel Vision continues to lead in Class 5. Yabba Dabba Doo was in second. Superior Offshore continues to lead in Class 4. Great shot of the Pantera going through that corner. Robert set it in nicely in the white wash of Velocity, but this is a non-stepped hull, so it tends to turn just a little bit better. Not as slippery going through the corners. Laid it over just a little bit. This is a very deep, wide boat, so it really chews up this type of chop well. Mike also races with MDG Performance, Jason Gervais in Class 6. And Robert Bryant been racing for a long time in offshore as well. So now we're headed the south leg of the course, headed towards the dog leg. Angel 1 in tow. Fast Response in your screen there. If you follow Fast Response and any of the social media websites, you'll see that they flipped over the S12 boat yesterday. Big proponents of not towing boats in upside down because of the amount of damage it could do. So they always try and get the boat flipped immediately, tow it in, and try and pump it out as they go in. There is Yabba Dabba Doo. Boat number 577, Neil Sawyer and J.D. Vines, running second place in Class 5. This boat used to have tractor pipes on it. I think those might have gone away. A little bit quieter as they run second in Class 5. Second race, Mod V, North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. The new LSB Extreme, one of the newest boats out here. As we go back to Class 4, that is Superior Offshore. And I believe, I can't tell, nope, that's Simmons. It was hard to tell just because of the color, but I saw two outdrives when it popped up over that wave. For anybody that knows me well, I wear glasses sometimes to read now. It doesn't help when big screens are in front of me. But there is Simmons. Jake Coons doing a great job. His first race in the boat. Of course, Jason, tons of experience in this boat. Jason from Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. Had dinner with this team last night. Always good catching up with him. Met Jason's first grandchild with his son and soon-to-be daughter-in-law last night. Beautiful 34-foot Phantom. Used to be known as Twisted Chicks. Used to be a female offshore race team ran this boat. And just a few years ago, you may remember that this boat would be towed around with another race boat on top of it. The trailer had a rail system that they would put in, and they would crane another boat on another trailer and set it up on top of this one. Quite a cool sight to see going down the road. Jim Simmons based out of Ohio. As you see them trying to chase down Superior Offshore, rather. Now, the thing about bracket class racing is you don't know if that boat in front of you broke out. So you have to run your speed and run your race. As much as you want to go run with them and chase them down, if you think they've broken out, then maybe you just want to play it safe and lay back just a little bit. I raced in Lotto 1 year with a team, and we got passed. We were running Class 6, actually, and we got passed and unfortunately broke out because we got caught up in the heat of the moment. And those things are going to happen. That's racing. It's the hard part about bracket class racing. It's the same thing in drag racing. You know your car can go faster than your bracket speed, but you're setting it because you know that's what you can do in that car. If you go faster than the speed, you're disqualified. You're out. Same thing here. So Scott McCormick in Velocity, Jason Zalecki in Simmons, Mike McLaughlin in Tunnel Vision. They're all looking at their GPSs more than they're looking at the water in front of them because they want to make sure they're not going over their speed bracket. Class 6 is 70 miles an hour. Speed, I talked about bracketed speed, so what that means is they cannot run over a certain speed. Class 6 is 70 miles an hour, 7-0. Class 5 is 75 miles an hour, and Class 4 is 85 miles an hour. Now, all of these boats can run well faster than that. I would probably envision most of these boats could probably run mid-80s, maybe touch on 90, depending. And it's all about how fast you get to that speed. But again, rules changed slightly since 2024, as now this is a zero-tolerance breakout policy. There was a variant that was allowed before, and that variant has gone away. As you see, Yabba Dabba Doo currently running second in Class 5, boat number 577. Again, bracketed classing, and want to make sure that they didn't break out of their speed bracket. And if they think that Tunnel Vision did break out, maybe they could find themselves in first place today. Here at Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Lap number 4 of 5 for Class 5. So we should be on lap number 4 of 6 for Class 4. Mod V. Of course, I mentioned North Myrtle Beach RV Resort. Kirk Hanna and Mark Rinda. That is the newest LSB Extreme here. There are a couple of those boats around, but they were not ready to make the event here in Cocoa Beach. Got El Bandito Tequila Sunprint. We'll call that Generation 2 Team Hull. Steve Furman and Steve Miklos in that boat. Boat number 22, Punisher, Charlie McCarthy and Tony Silvera. Well, a big hop there by Yabba Dabba Doo. Driver kind of tossed over to the side there. Nelson Sawyer getting a little bit of a ride. There is a little bit of a hop out here. These teams are finding some holes. And you can see kind of tripping on the back there just a little bit. Talked to JD for a while last night. He went out and testing and said the boat ran good. He was confident. Said it was much rougher on the south side of this course. Whoa, big wheelie there. They stood it up, set it down on its back. But that's a perfectly good example. He said he just couldn't run the speed on the back side of the course as he could on the front side. Back side, of course, going south. Front side going north. Got some haze down there to the south of us. I think there's about a 60% chance of rain today, so we could see some pop-up showers or thunderstorms later today. Pretty typical for South Florida weather. Of course, we're really not South Florida here in Cocoa Beach. We're more mid-Florida, just south of Daytona. Cocoa Beach, a very, very easy place to get to. You simply fly to Orlando, and if you fly southwest into Orlando, you can get a flight basically, at least out of BWI, you can basically get a flight every 2 hours to head down to Cocoa Beach. And it's a simple 45 to 50-minute drive right out 528, right straight into Cocoa Beach. Really should think about bringing your family down here for vacation. Got Ron John Surf Shop down here. They got the go-kart tracks. They got putt-putt. Beautiful beaches, of course, Port Canaveral. They've got the space station. Tons of things to do here. Beautiful town. Always enjoy getting to come back here. Come here for many, many years. Mike, Rick, Kevin, and Carrie Bartlett just do a great job putting this event on. And that's no exception this year. They've kept their head down and just done a great job bringing this race back one more time. This is the staple to start our season. And as I mentioned, this race can be a rough water event. Some of the nastiest water I've seen on a race course yet. White flag for classes 500 and 600. So this will be their last lap. Things stay the way they are. It should be Tunnel Vision taking the win in Class 5. Of course, Velocity winning in Class 6. fun note about Bob Spitlusky in the Velocity boats. A former NFL linebacker, played for the Seattle Seahawks and who are now the Los Angeles Raiders. So he's used to taking a beating, getting a little bit of a beating out there in the Atlantic Ocean today. I have to ask him if that's what it feels like to get hit by an NFL player. Might be fairly similar, all things considered. Looking south now again towards the finish line. That should be Velocity possibly in the front of this group. Tunnel Vision and now Yabba Dabba Doo coming into the screen. It actually looks like it's getting a little bit calmer out there than what it was at the start of this race. Love that Velocity. I owned a 22-foot Velocity for quite a few years. It's known as the Joker, powered by twin Mercury 200s, raced by the late, great Art Lilly. I just love that boat. Of course, Velocity built by Steve Stepp for many years. There's the white flag lap. This should be for Class 4 as they come around. But such a cool looking boat. Again, as you know, Factory 1 is a class that came out in the mid-2000s, and it was really the start of spec class racing was Factory 1. You had Kryptonites, you had Velocities. I believe there were superboats back in those days as well. They were all powered by the Mercury HP 500 or the Chevrolet Vortec engine. Of course, that class went away, but this boat very similar to what they used to run. There is Tunnel Vision, 28-foot Pantera, Mike McLaughlin, and Robert Bryan. Back to the Velocity. Velocities are always known to be a wider-looking boat, a very low-profile deck. And they're just great rough watering boats. They have rough water handling boats, rather. They have a notch transom. Allows the boat to rock up on the, it allows the bow of the boat to carry just a little bit better and build some speed. As 611 is slowing, and I believe that should be the checkered flag for Class 6 and possibly Class 5. Class 4 is going to come around. That is Superior Offshore. They are currently in the lead in Class 4. I don't see Simmons. Simmons was right there with him, about a rooster tail length behind. But Jake and Jason have seemed to drop off the pace. There they are there. They're getting some big air in that south turn. And racing in the oceans, that's usually where you're going to see it, because very rarely do the waves ever come straight towards the beach. They're usually more of at an angle. And when you're running north or south along the beautiful sandy beaches here, you'll be kind of running with it, and the boat will be more washing side to side. When you go into the turns, that's when you get the bow into the waves, either into them or with them, and you start to see more air and the boats fly a little bit higher. Two Phantoms in Class 4. Superior, Offshore, and Simmons. We should see the checkered flag for this group, and we will wrap up the first race on Sunday here in Cocoa Beach. I'm sorry, white flag for Class 4. I apologize. So they will do one more lap. Jake and Jason will have one more chance to see if they can take the win. And it really has been a seesaw of a battle. Simmons would get right up to the back of them. They'd be right there, kind of in their whitewash a little bit, and then something would happen, and Simmons would have to fall back off pace just a little bit. And as I mentioned, the step-bottom boats, when they get into a turn and they kind of ride up on these waves of a boat in front of them, it can upset the back of the boat, and the boat will really want to have a tendency to spin out. And you really have to kind of slow down and set the boat back into the corner. You really want to stay out of that white water. You want to stay out of those waves, if at all possible. And it looks like the way the course that Superior is running compared to Simmons, it looks like they're basically running pin to pin, and they're really not giving Simmons anywhere to go but to the outside, which of course is a longer distance run and would allow them to maintain this lead as they head into the north end of this course one more time. A big thank you to Keltec for being our title sponsor this year. Thunder on Cocoa Beach Offshore Race could not happen without the support of great sponsors like Keltec. Make sure to look for their guns at your favorite firearms retailer. Live stream is brought to you by Keltec, presenting sponsor X Insurance, and produced by Green Light TV. Presenting sponsors for Thunder on Cocoa Beach are Visit Space Coast, X Insurance, and legendary Cocoa Beach. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Look at what Simmons has done on the south end of this course. They really get close. They really get up there with Superior offshore and really get within striking distance. And then it seems that when they head south and they go back into this dogleg, there's something that the smaller Phantom maybe likes a little bit more than the bigger Phantom. Because right now I'd give them a rooster tail length and a half behind. But see, they're having to jump all around that wake. They're trying to find that open door to get to the inside of Superior, and they just haven't been able to do it. But a great race for Jake, first time in the boat, and he has done a great job racing in the Atlantic Ocean. And I can hear vaguely somebody banging on the rev limiters as they come out of the water. Not sure who that would be. Of course, all of these results are unofficial until the GPSs are read. Tom Richard, our chief referee. Now look at this. Simmons Marine is on the inside. Remember that I said that noise about hearing a popping, hearing a rev limiter? At the rate in which Simmons has caught Superior, I believe that may have been Superior making that noise. Now these boats, you know, they can go, whoa, big hop there. Big hop there by Simmons. Really hard to see what happened, but it really, it took a big hop around that dog leg, and they're still going, but they lost a tremendous amount of speed. But this is the checkered flag for Class 5. Tunnel Vision, Mike McLaughlin, Robert Bryan, 579, your unofficial winners in Class 5. Congratulations to this team. They will head to the inside of the course, grab their checkered flag, and then head back into the wet pits. Wet pits, of course, where we park our boats, put our boats in the water, either on a crane, or on the trailer. Great race for these guys. Such a cool boat. Some old school racing there. A little bit of steam coming out of the water dumps on the back of the Pantera there. Not really sure what the ocean temperature is. That is velocity there to the left of your screen. Now Simmons is kind of caught back up to Superior. They're really trying to get this race down to the wire, or running this race down to the wire, rather. I thought that they weren't going to be this close because of that hop they took around the dogleg, but they were able to make up some ground. I really think they're running a tighter course than Superior offshore, and that is what's allowing them to catch them, but just unable to complete the pass, and I don't think they're going to be able to do it here. That is velocity in front of them. As Superior offshore comes across the finish line, Simmons Marine in tow. It will be Superior in first and Simmons in second. Although Jake and Jason, they were making a move. They were trying their hardest. Oh, watch out there. Don't quite steer in that close. That was a little bit of a close call there. Simmons Marine comes across the line in second place, and Superior offshore comes across the line in first in Class 4. Yabba Dabba Doo in second in Class 5, and Velocity, your winners in Class 6. Now, Superior hasn't slowed down yet, so not sure what they're doing. I've explained many times before, but the way that they actually count laps inside the boat is with tape. They tear pieces of tape off, so in this case, these guys were running 6 laps, so they had pieces of tape. Sometimes it's just a driver, sometimes it's a driver and throttle man, but they'll label them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and every time they go by, they just pull a piece of tape, which is a very antiquated way of doing things, but it works. Until you forget to pull a piece of tape and you look down and say, did we not run all of our laps? Did we not run all of our laps? Did we run extra laps? A little bit of confusion there, but worked out well for everybody today. Your unofficial winners in Class 5, Tunnel Vision. There's your unofficial winners in Class 4. Superior offshore, Mark Fernandez and Damian Marotta in that 29-foot Phantom. The hatch is up, and I believe these boats were going to go collect checkered flags. Sometimes do a parade lap here for the spectators on the beach and head back to the wet pits. Our next race will be Mod V and Class 2. Mod V, North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort, El Bandito, Tequila, Sunprint, Punisher, Boat Floater, Relentless, Latacrete. In Class 2, you've got Justice League and OC Racing, 2 more Phantom hulls coming out here racing later today. Our third race of the day will be Factory Stock 500, and our final race will be Super Cat. Here are our unofficial results for Class 4. Superior Offshore taking the win. Simmons Marine in second. And again, this is vying for the APBA National and World Championship. Cumulative points for both titles. Unofficial winners in Class 5. Boat number 579, Tunnel Vision, Mike McLaughlin, Robert Bryant. And 577, Yabba Dabba Doo, Nelson Sawyer and J.D. Vines. Last but definitely not least, Class 6, boat number 611, Team Velocity, Bob Spitlutsky and Scott McCormick in the Velocity hull. That wraps up the first race of the day. Up next will be Mod B and Class 2. Our next race time should roughly be at about 12:30. The helicopter will go back and refuel, and we will come back to you live from Cocoa Beach, Florida. You're watching the Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach 2025. Stick around, go grab some lunch, enjoy yourself. We'll be back around 12:30 for the second race of the day.
The new Keltec PR57 is the lightest 5.7 pistol available. Stripper clips and a rotary barrel create a compact, lightweight, and easy-to-use pistol with a 20+1 capacity. Innovation, performance. Keltec.
From the efficiency of American natural gas and the dependability of nuclear power, to the strength of Florida's sunshine and the flexibility of advanced battery storage systems, we leverage a diverse mix of energy sources to power our growing state, ensuring reliable, low-cost power for your home or business whenever you need it. FPL, working for you every single day. There's something about the people of Florida. Something that makes us go the extra mile. Spend a little more time. Help a neighbor when they need it most. Do our part, big or small, to make things better for everyone. At FPL, we're working every single day to ensure you have electricity you can count on. We're building a stronger, smarter, more resilient grid using cost-effective, diverse energy sources to deliver reliable electricity while keeping bills as low as possible. And while the days come and go, our mission never changes. For nearly a century, FPL has been here, and we will continue to be here, working for you every single day.
Welcome to the fold with a twist. The third generation Keltec Sub 2000 quickly twists and folds in half, optics and all, and just as quickly deploys. Now available in multiple calibers. Innovation, performance. Keltec. Keltec PR57 is the lightest 5.7 pistol available. Stripper clips and a rotary barrel create a compact, lightweight, and easy-to-use pistol with a 20+1 capacity. Innovation, performance. Keltec.
From the efficiency of American natural gas and the dependability of nuclear power, to the strength of Florida's sunshine and the flexibility of advanced battery storage systems, we leverage a diverse mix of energy sources to power our growing state, ensuring reliable, low-cost power for your home or business whenever you need it. FPL, working for you every single day. There's something about the people of Florida. Something that makes us go the extra mile. Spend a little more time. Help a neighbor when they need it most. Do our part, big or small, to make things better for everyone. At FPL, we're working every single day to ensure you have electricity you can count on. We're building a stronger, smarter, more resilient grid using cost-effective, diverse energy sources to deliver reliable electricity while keeping bills as low as possible. And while the days come and go, our mission never changes. For nearly a century, FPL has been here, and we will continue to be here, working for you every single day.
Welcome to the fold with a twist. The third generation Keltec Sub 2000 quickly twists and folds in half, optics and all, and just as quickly deploys. Now available in multiple calibers. Innovation, performance. Keltec.
লাগছে।
Ladies and gentlemen, Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach 2025. Next race will be at 2 p.m. It will be factory stock. We do apologize. We're having some audio difficulties that we are trying to work through. We apologize, but we will bring you the next race live at 2 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Up next, factory stock will start in just about 10 minutes, 2 p.m. in the Atlantic Ocean. Stay tuned for exciting racing.
The new Keltec PR57 is the lightest 5.7 pistol available. Stripper clips and a rotary barrel create a compact, lightweight, and easy-to-use pistol with a 20+1 capacity. Innovation, performance. Keltec.
From the efficiency of American natural gas and the dependability of nuclear power, to the strength of Florida's sunshine and the flexibility of advanced battery storage systems, we leverage a diverse mix of energy sources to power our growing state, ensuring reliable, low-cost power for your home or business whenever you need it. FPL, working for you every single day.
Welcome to the fold with a twist. The third generation Keltec Sub 2000 quickly twists and folds in half, optics and all, and just as quickly deploys. Now available in multiple calibers. Innovation, performance. Keltec.
There's something about the people of Florida. Something that makes us go the extra mile. Spend a little more time. Help a neighbor when they need it most. Do our part, big or small, to make things better for everyone. At FPL, we're working every single day to ensure you have electricity you can count on. We're building a stronger, smarter, more resilient grid, using cost-effective, diverse energy sources to deliver reliable electricity while keeping bills as low as possible. And while the days come and go, our mission never changes. For nearly a century, FPL has been here, and we will continue to be here, working for you every single day.
Welcome back to Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach, live on the Atlantic Ocean. I tell you what, if you want to watch a race, there is the way to do it, the VIP Hospitality Tent. You want good food, you want cold beverages, and you want to experience a boat race up close and personal, that is the way to do it, the VIP tent. Shout out to all of our sponsors and folks hanging out there watching today. Hope you guys are enjoying it. It's a beautiful day here on the beach, and we're having a great time going racing here in 2025. I am Mike Uoski. We are on to our next race of the day. This is going to be Factory Stock, formerly known as Factory Stock 450R. Now they're going to run the Mercury Racing 500R engines. Got 5 boats in this class today. Going to be very, very exciting. Got a new team out here, the Al and Al team. Roberto Lopiano and Alfredo Amato running a 38 Doug Wright. They are an XCAT team, which is kind of the equivalent to Superstock that runs overseas. They run the Mercury Racing ROS engine, but still Doug Wright hulls. And a very successful program over there, and I understand this is a very, very good team. So I'm interested to see what boat number 22 is going to do, Al and Al. We'll have one more race after this, and that will be Super Cat. 4 boats in that class today. And going to have some things to watch in there as well. Some new teammates gathered together, some new boats for different teams, a lot of things to watch in that race. But before we do that, Factory Stock. Coming up next, there is Mottlick Injury Attorneys Liquid Molly, your defending national champions. Beautiful Doug Wright boat. There is Yard Arm Peppers JBS Racing, George Stanko, Michael Stanko, another father-son duo. A lot of history behind that. Skater hull, actually built as a Super Cat Light boat, which raced with number 6 drives and Mercury Racing 525s. That class went away quite a few years ago now, and they went out and put the Mercury 500s on it. Mottlick Injury Attorneys, boat number 40, Logan Aiden and Giovanni Carpatella. Giovanni out of Italy, racing with 222 Offshore. Started racing last year with the Mottlick team about mid-season, if I remember correctly, and the team obviously did very well. Of course, Logan Aiden is an excellent driver, a lot of automotive racing experience, and does very, very well inside the boat. Let's go through our lineup. Boat number 66, 151 Express, Ian Morgan and Nick Impressia. There was qualifying yesterday, just like Class 1 used to do, and 151 Express qualified number 1 in factory stock, so they are going to have the pole. Second in line should be boat number 22, Al and Al. Roberto Lopiano and Alfredo Amato. In the third slot, you're going to have boat number 2, Yardarm Peppers JBS Racing, George Stancombe, Michael Stancombe. This is by far the oldest boat out here and the only skater in this fleet. Everything else is an MTI or a Doug Wright. Boat number 40, Mottlick Injury Attorney, Liquid Molly, Logan Aiden and Giovanni Carpatella. And boat number 36, Heritage Canados, Irvin Grant and Michael Carcenti. This is the first time I've seen this boat race since last year in Ocean City. If you remember correctly, this boat actually went over in Ocean City, Maryland, and ripped one of the engines off. The engine sunk down to the bottom. They were able to salvage it, get it back, and the boat came back last year, but I didn't get to see it run, so it's good to see that Doug Wright back out on the course. The young guns in 151 Express, Ian and Nick, the lone MTI in the fleet. Of course, Taylor Sissom, Randy Sissom of MTI were the ones that pioneered this class, pushed this class, started it. In fact, MTI was the only boat for a couple of years, and then Doug Wright got involved. And you can see now we have 3 Doug Wrights in the class. There's actually one more, Hog's Breast Saloon, which is for sale, and you can go out and buy that boat. Give a shout out to Pete Bowden and Matt Trulio, Speed on the Water, the official media partner for P1 Offshore. Go to speedonthewater.com. Keep up all your latest articles and happenings within the boat world. Matt Trulio gallivanting all over the country doing his events. Write some great articles, speedonthewater.com. The Thunder on Cocoa Beach Offshore Race would like to thank Keltec for all its support. Keltec designs firearms right here in Brevard County, Florida that are innovative in design and exciting to use. Look for them at your favorite firearms dealer. This live stream is sponsored by Keltec. They are our title sponsor. Our presenting sponsor is X Insurance and is produced by Greenlight TV. Presenting sponsors for the race are Visit Space Coast, X Insurance, and legendary Cocoa Beach. And, of course, our group of local sponsors that we could not do this without is Butt Racks, Cape Marina, JT Social Bar, Bale Brothers Cranes and Rigging, Coconuts on the Beach, Sandbar Sports Grill, Direct Graphics Printing, Boat and Motor Superstore, Florida Power and Light, J&J Cafe, Rocket Healthcare, Navin Boats, JMac Roofing, In Place Machining Company, Metrology Works, Springwater Homes, and Fish Lips Bar and Grill. And owners Mike and Rick are 2 of the 4 promoters here in Cocoa Beach, putting this race on for 16 years. Now, I was just told that the Heritage Canados boat did not qualify yesterday, so they're going to be on the outside. Don't know what happened there, but that boat was very, very fast last year, and I expect it to be very fast again this year. One of 3 Doug Wrights in the field. Mottlick Injury Attorneys Liquid Molly going to be on the outside of that Yardarm Peppers skater. And then the new team, Al and Al, going to be right in the middle of the mix. And all the meanwhile, the young guns are going to control the inside. They are on the south end of the course right now, just like we did every other time today. They're going to take them around this turn. They should be under a yellow flag. They will exit the turn. The pace boat will start to bring them up to speed. And then they will go through the start chute. They're about midway through that turn, so that buoy right there should be the midpoint. They will come around, go around the exit buoy, straighten up, put the hammer down, and go racing for the 3rd time today here in Cocoa Beach, Florida. It's Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach, factory stock. One more race after this. Let's see who can get the whole shot, get out front, and take control of this race. I am excited for this one. I think it's going to be a good one. Got a very good new team. Got a boat that hasn't really raced a whole bunch with this setup in Peppers. And, of course, your defending champions, Mottlick Injury Attorneys, Liquid Molly. Let's see where we can start off. Rooster tails are down. They're going to go back up as the boats accelerate. And we're going to go green flag racing any moment now here in factory stock. They're coming to that start chute. We've lost sight of the green buoys in the camera shot, but we know they're there. Green flag is up. We're going racing factory stock. Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach. The hammers are down. The rooster tails are up. Let's see what these 500R Mercury racing engines are capable of. Big hop in the MTI by 151 Express. Ian and Nick on the inside. They will control the lane going through the corners. Now, I'm not as adverse to the rules as I was at this time last year, but there was a rule change with factory stock. We'll get into that in just a second. Look at Heritage Canado. So they look like they were shot out of a cannon, walked right by Peppers, and they are reeling in 151 Express quickly. 151 Express looks really light in the bow. Look how flat Heritage is, though. They are just jumping right across all of it. That's where the MTI seems to be carrying the bow quite a bit. They may have gotten it settled down just a bit, but man, that orange and yellow Doug Wright was shot out of a rocket going north here in the Atlantic Ocean. But 151 Express is going to control the inside of the corner. They will do what they want. They can push them out just a little bit, scrub off some speed. Let's see what Ian and Nick decide to do. This is for first and second in factory stock. Running 7 laps here in the Atlantic Ocean. Beautiful shot there of the MTI. Of course, Ian and Nick work for Sean Torrente, an STR who raced yesterday in Superstock. They also have the strobe light on top of the canopy. Great team. Started out in the Mod V category in a Phantom Hull and then graduated up to this 39 MTI. And I believe this was Taylor Sism's first boat, if I remember correctly, but don't quote me on that. Of course, congratulations to Taylor and her husband expecting their first child. We wish them all the best. But right now, it's the Ian and Nick show as they have checked out. And what happened to Heritage Canados? They were right on top of them going into that corner. And I really don't think Ian and Nick wouldn't have pushed him out that far to scrub off that much speed, because they would have lost a lot of speed too. So I'm not sure what happened to this Doug Wright with Irvin Grant and Michael Carcenti. They've got some ground to make up. Where is the new team, Al and Al? Where are our defending champions, Motlek Injury Attorneys, Liquid Molly? And where are the Stancombs and Yard Arm? 3 boats we have not seen yet. And not used to seeing this Motlek Injury Attorneys boat not up in these front groups running. Giovanni Carpatella and Logan Aiden. Well, there's Yard Arm there. There's the Skater Hull, which I heard this boat runs really, really good because it's got a lot of compression under the tunnel, which is how much air it packs underneath of it. There is Al and Al. There is no white water around that boat, so I'm not really sure what's going on. They look a little slow. See, it just doesn't carry as well as the other Doug Wrights are carrying, really sucking down to the water. Again, this is a team that's used to racing XCAT over in the Middle East. But we know they will be getting better and better, and we're excited to see them grow in factory stock. Your leaders, 151 Express. Second place was Heritage Canados. That's probably Heritage Canados on the inside. 151 Express on the outside. This is going to complete lap number 1 of 7. There's Motlek Injury Attorneys, Liquid Molly. They are currently running in third in front of Yard Arm Peppers. Nice move by Heritage Canados. So they've jumped back to the inside as to where they were on the outside. They cut back across behind 151 Express, trying to open up that lane on the inside and control that corner. Now, Nick and Ian can pinch down on them if they want to, because they do have, obviously, as you can tell by that view, overtake well established. Something makes me think that Heritage Canados can turn a little bit better on the south side of the course, because they made up what appeared to be quite a bit of ground as they came through that start chute to complete their first lap. As I mentioned in an earlier race, the 2 turns on this course are really very different just because of the different conditions. One, you're kind of running into the waves. One, you're kind of running with them. So some boats are just going to like the conditions better than others. And we'll see what this Doug Wright can do as it burns off some fuel, gets a little bit lighter. This is also spec class racing. These boats can go as fast as they need or want to be able to win, but they will have to meet minimum weight requirements. And these Mercury 500 racing outboards are sealed from the factory. What that means is there are wires and plastic seals all over the motor that when tech inspection happens, they can simply pull the cover off. They know where the seals are. The seals are numbered and logged to make sure they weren't cut open. You can cut them open and take them off, but if you can't put it back on, then obviously you're in violation of the rules. Heritage looked faster around that corner as well. Still on the inside. And it doesn't look like to me 151 Express is moving around a whole bunch, running a really defensive race. But they kind of pull away on this back straightaway down towards the dogleg. You can see that there's no rooster tail even to the right of our screen. So 151 Express just does seem to pull away in this part of the corner, especially exiting that north turn. There is Al and Al. There are our defending champions, Motley Injury Attorneys, Liquid Molly, Logan Aiden, and Giovanni Carpatella. They are currently running in third. And they are trying to put the hammer down and catch our top two boats. But great run for 151 Express, currently leading, coming around, completing lap number 2 of 7. There is Yard Arm Peppers, the father-son team of George and Michael Stancombe. Again, this used to be a Super Cat Light boat, had the Mercury 525s, number 6 drives. Mercury did away with the 525s in the Super Cat Light class. Some boats moved up and tried to start racing in Super Cat, and other boats just disappeared. This boat sat for a while, and Michael decided to come racing again and wanted to put the 500Rs on it and come out and go racing. He was grandfathered in last year to run with the 450 factory stock class because they were running the 450s and he put the 500s on, but that was a move anticipating that this class would go to 500s because the 450s were going to be discontinued. Beautiful Doug right here for Al and Al. Got the Italian flag on the side of it, but back to our battle for the lead in factory stock, 151 Express. Heritage Canados in second. Heritage Canados is looking for a line anywhere they can. Now they've jumped back to the outside. I am wondering if they're seeing something open up going into the corner on the inside. Maybe if Nick and Ian are pushing it a little bit wider than they should be, maybe that the Heritage team thinks they can possibly dive to the inside and look for a door to be open there. Beautiful shot there of that MTI hull. That is a 4-seater boat, believe it or not. There are 2 seats under the second orange hat, under the orange hatch. MTI built those as to kind of be a pleasure boat if you wanted to pleasure boat it, or a race boat if you wanted to race it. In fact, there are a couple canopied boats out at Lake of the Ozarks, run out of Performance Boat Center. Here is Heritage Canados. This is a 38 Doug Wright. Did not qualify yesterday. Don't know why they didn't qualify yesterday, but they are running good today. And I think they're going to be giving it to the 151 Express guys. They are catching them at different places on the course. And it's hard to tell what they're really doing different. Now, they stayed to the outside. Now they went back to the inside, from what I could tell. Yep, there's whitewash on the outside. So they went back to the inside. That's what they're doing. They're trying to look up the inside. They want to kind of maybe get Nick and Ian to push a little bit wide through the corners, but it doesn't work out. It looks like Nick and Ian closed the door, exiting that turn and now heading south towards the dogleg. So Heritage Canados with Irvin Grant and Michael Carcenti is looking all over the place for an open line to try and sneak up. But see, look how much further 151 Express is away. I don't know what's happening in that corner, that north corner, but something's happening because they're, when they enter the corner, they're in about a rooster tail length, within a rooster tail length of the boat in front of them. And then by the time they exit the corner, that's 10 rooster tail lengths behind them, if not more. So there is definitely something that MTI likes on that north turn. They head into the dogleg on lap number 3 of 7. So just about to the halfway point of this race. This is Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach 2025. Mike, Rick, Kevin, and Carrie would like to thank Keltec for their continued support and becoming the title sponsor for Thunder on Cocoa Beach this year. Keltec makes firearms right here locally in Brevard County and employs many friends and families, including military veterans. The offshore race could not happen without great support of sponsors like Keltec. Be sure to look for their products at your favorite firearms locations. There's the Skater Hull, Yard Arm Marine Products, Peppers, George and Michael Stancone. Michael on the throttles, George on the wheel. Jeff Stevenson will fill in this season for George Stancone when he has prior commitments. Of course, Jeff Stevenson with JBS Racing. Waiting to get their new Extreme Skater done, which I understand is going to be kind of a cool technological marvel, if you would. Wow, look at this, though. This is really fun to watch. There's 151 Express, and if you looked out to the right side of your screen, you just saw the bow of Heritage Canados. They make up a tremendous amount of ground through that south turn, through the dogleg, out of the dogleg, into that right-hander. They find it somewhere in there, and they might be able to make a pass here. Let's stay on this. About a rooster tail length, half a rooster tail length maybe behind 151 Express. If they can get a little bit more top speed out of that dug right, they could be to the inside, and they could be able to make the pass. I don't think they're going to be able to get in there this time by, but I think they might be setting these guys up. I think there's something that Irvin and Mike are thinking about doing, or Michael rather, are thinking about doing. But they are right there with them, trying to hunt them down. They are putting Al and Al a lap down. This is lap number 4. Man, they're close. This is going to be tight going into the corner. Ian and Nick do not have to give them room. They can close it off and force them to the outside. What will they do? Looks like they're low. Nope, they closed it. They forced them back outside, but it didn't slow Heritage Canados as much as I thought it would. Now they cut back across to the inside, so they're trying to get that inside lane. And let's see if the MTI can pull away. Now we know what happened there. I mean, Heritage Canados got hosed down just a little bit, so that would cause the gap. But this is where the lead for 151 Express really starts to stretch out. And you can see right there, there appears to be really good acceleration for that MTI out of that corner. Heritage Canados just loses ground. And they almost lose ground this whole way down to the dogleg. This whole south run, they seem to lose ground and then just make it up in the south turn somehow. And if they're able to continue to do that, if they can get within striking distance this time by like they were last time by, that's going to be a battle to watch for sure. This is for first and second in factory stock. Third place should still be Mottlick Injury Attorneys Liquid Molly. They are currently running in third. Yard Arm Peppers running in fourth, and Al in fifth. There is the blue and green Doug Wright. Now this is actually owned by the company that manufactures Doug Wright powerboats. So this is kind of like a factory-backed team. I thought this might be a new boat. Was told last night it was not. It looks good, but obviously going to have some things to get figured out. I know they were working on the boat kind of late last night. They had one of the lowers off. Not sure what happened, if that is contributing to be a little bit slower today than our leaders. But back to this battle, though. This is going to be the one to watch. Look at Heritage Canados. They're going to try and go up the inside. Wow, they drove really hard into that corner. Carried a tremendous amount of speed. Coming along side by side now with 151 Express. 151 Express has to yield now. They can't pinch them off. They've got to give them room. And that was really close right there. Got washed down just a little bit. But let's see if Heritage Canados can control the inside lane. Side by side coming out of the south turn. Going back into the start chute. Starting lap number 5 of 7 in factory stock. MTI versus Doug Wright. Ian and Nick, of course, the young guns in this class. They're holding their ground. very, very well against a hard-charging Heritage Canados team. Now, Heritage down just a little bit there, and that may have scrubbed some speed. And from my vantage point, it looked like that, the 151 Express guys had to give them a little bit of room, but it's really hard to tell from our vantage point. If you're not right over top of them, and we talked about this in Sheboygan with all the fun that we had in that first turn last year, from our vantage point, it's just really hard to see the buoy and where the boat is and where everything is lining up. That's why when there's an incident, we try and get as much footage as we can before we make any sort of a judgment. Now, this boat isn't particularly faster, I think, than 151 Express on this part of the course. They can just maintain and run right with them. It is that back south straightaway, past the dogleg through that turn where this boat makes up a lot of ground. Now, they're going to be on the outside of 151 Express going into this turn. Lap number 5 of 7. It's winding down quickly, so if Irvin and Michael want to make a move, they're going to have to start thinking about it soon. Dive back to the inside of 151 Express. Now back across the rooster tail again. It's almost like 151 Express is going wide through the middle and tight off, meaning that they're further away from the middle buoys, and as they exit, they're really in tight, and that may be what's causing Heritage Canados to have to jump back and forth across their wake. You don't want to do that. It actually slows you down a little bit, just a little bit every time you do it. As you look at the number 2 skater, Yard Arm Marine Products JBS Peppers, they are currently running in 4th behind Mottlick Injury Attorneys Liquid Molly. In factory stock, lap number 5 of 7. After this, it's going to be Supercat, CR Racing, Graydell, Wicked, and Dirty Money Racing, Powerhouse Recycling. Your defending world champions from 2024, Britt Lilly and Billy Pyburn in that boat. And got some things to talk about there too with that race. Some changes that have happened over the off season that will be interesting to see how they unfold as that race goes on. They will be running 9 laps here, and that will be the last race of the day. You're watching Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach 2025. Coming to you live from beautiful Cocoa Beach, Florida. Great shot of those Mercury 500Rs. And I talked to Michael for a while last night. They're happy with the performance of the boat. They've taken the boat over to Lake X. They've run the boat. They're very happy with the performance of it and how it does. But now you've got equally matched boats all the way through the class, and your setup is just going to have to be on point. And I apologize, it's not Michael Carcenti, it's Michelle Carcenti, I guess. Thanks, PT, for clarifying that one for me. 151 Express, yep. Heritage Canados was just not in the same spot they were before to try and charge up on the inside. There is Al and Al. Roberto Lopieno and Alfredo Amato. Boat number 22. Love the livery on that boat. Beautiful colors, the blue and the Italian flag on the aft section of the boat. Of course, they are currently running in 5th place. All right, here's 151 Express, and there is Heritage Canados. Not sure what happened to Heritage Canados on that last lap, but they lost a lot of ground. This was the part of the course that I think they were really trying to maintain on lap number 6 of 7. And it's actually gotten calmer out there. I was talking to some locals earlier today, and they thought right around 2 o'clock it was going to pick up. It was going to blow a little bit more than what it is. But it has actually flattened out quite a bit. I think even since the start of this race, these boats were getting more air than what they are right now. There is Mottlick Injury Attorneys, Liquid Molly, boat number 40, Logan Aiden and Giovanni Carpatella, running in 3rd in factory stock. You can't win the championship on the first race of the year, but you can surely hurt yourself in losing it if you're not careful. And if something wasn't right for this Mottlick team, they just wanted to go out, probably just run, get on the podium, figure out what's going on, go home, and come out strong for the next race, which will be in New Orleans, Louisiana. Go to P1 Offshore, keep up with our schedules, keep up with your teams, and see when we're going to be in a town near you. Once New Orleans is done, we go back up north to Sheboygan, Wisconsin. A beautiful area there as well. Race up there. That will be the second stop of the Monster Energy Triple Crown, and then we end up in St. Pete to crown our first-time winners of the Monster Energy Triple Crown. Here is 151 Express, boat number 66. And this is where they have been pulling away from that Heritage Canados team. And as we pan out, let's see if that's exactly what they've done. Yeah, it's flattened out a lot. Almost every bump has kind of gone out of this course. They're not really getting air like they were at all before. And maybe that's what's caused the difference between these two boats. Maybe Heritage liked it a little bit rougher, and when it got bumpier, they were able to make up ground. And now that it's flattened out, they maybe they have a shorter setup on it. They're getting good acceleration out of something, but they just don't have the top speed that 151 does. Still a great run for this Heritage Canados team and this Doug Wright. They were within striking distance for most of the day. Yard Arm Products, Peppers JBS. They're coming across the line in fourth to start lap number 6 of 7. George and Michael Stancombe. And you can kind of tell how much different that boat is really than the rest of these boats because of how high the transom is. Again, because it had inboard-outboard engines in it, the Mercury 525s. So obviously they did redesign the deck of the boat for the outboards. The deck kind of stayed taller, if you would. Oh, that's a boat slowed there. It looks like Al and Al has possibly slowed on the outside of the course. It doesn't look like 151. I think it's still 151 in the lead. Heritage Canados in second. Yep. So that's Al and Al. They're idling to the right. 151 Express is in the lead. Heritage Canados made up a little bit more ground. Again, through that bottom turn. But these boats at the beginning of the race were hopping around quite a bit. And now they're kind of stuck down to the water. They're running real flat. And maybe the MTI hull is just a little bit faster in these conditions than the Doug Wright, giving them the slight advantage. White flag is out for factory stock. Last lap of the day in this race. Can Nick and Ian hold on in boat number 66, 151 Express? Such a cool livery with the orange and the American flag and the green. As I mentioned, Nick and Ian work for Sean Torrente at STR, Sean Torrente Racing. Sean raced with Matt Jaminski yesterday in Superstock in the S2 boat. As Nick and Ian head into the corner. Yeah, see, to me, that's what they were doing. I think I called it right before. They're going out really, really wide, and then they're turning down into the buoys. And they're kind of closing the door in the back half of the corner. Maybe that's where they're making up their speed. Al and Al is back up on plane. Now, these Mercury Racing engines do have a sort of guardian mode, if you would, where if they have some sort of mechanical issue, the motor will not shut itself down, but it'll cut itself back on power, not to do any damage. And usually when you see one of these boats slow like it did and get back up on plane, that means it went into Guardian mode and they were able to reset it, get it out of Guardian mode, and then start running again. Mottlick Injury Attorneys, Liquid Molly, currently running in third place. Logan and Giovanni probably wanted this battle in front of them to heat up just a little bit more, maybe slow those two boats down, allow this boat to catch up, make it a three-way battle for first place. But a good run for Logan and Giovanni. I know they want to be more up front, but walk away with a third. Again, you can't win the championship on the first race, but you can definitely lose it if you don't finish the race. That's a hard gap to make up. As they head around the dog leg, they're not that far behind that leader group. That whitewash wake right there is probably from Heritage Canados, so they're not that far behind. But remember, this is the final lap. Don't think they're going to have enough time to make up the ground needed. Maybe if the race had a few more laps, maybe they would have something for these front two teams. But that's purely speculation at this point. As Heritage Canados has lost a lot of ground, though, to 151 Express. But again, it's that south leg, that south dog leg that it just seems to haunt these guys. I don't know what it is about it. I don't know what it's doing, but they just lose ground to our leaders. As 151 Express should be coming into our shot. There they are. Coming around the south turn for the final time. And should take the checkered flag. Again, all unofficial results until the boats are checked, weighed, engines are inspected, and then official winners will be announced. Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Coming to you live from Cocoa Beach, Florida. Up next, final race of the day, and that will be Super Cat. 4 boats in Super Cat. Got some young blood in this one too with Wicked, boat number 6. Jax Muller and Chris Hopgood in that boat. Here is 151 Express. Ian Morgan, Nick Imprescia, your unofficial winners in factory stock, boat number 66. Congratulations to these guys. They put in the work, but look at the battle behind them. Let's go back to that battle. That is Doug Wright, Liquid Molly, and Heritage Canados. All of a sudden, Heritage Canados has found itself in a battle now for second place in factory stock. There it is. Less than a rooster tail length separates these 2 boats. Heritage Canados is slowing either a lot, or Montlick Injury Attorneys, Liquid Molly, found a tremendous amount of speed and kind of came out of nowhere. They were not that close all race. So not sure what Logan and Giovanni did, but they were doing something to make up ground. So it will be Heritage Canados in second, and Montlick Injury Attorneys, Liquid Molly in third. Rounding out your podium, Yardarm, Peppers, JBS should come across the line in fourth. And a tough day for Al and Al, as they have seemed to have been plagued with some sort of mechanical issues. Hoping to see them acclimate to the class and start racing competitively with these guys at our next race in New Orleans, Louisiana. The hatch is up on 151 Express. And I believe that's Nick getting out. He is the throttle man. Ian is the driver. Big fist bump for this team. These are probably some of the hardest working guys in the sport. If you read some of the articles on Speed on the Water, it's not just race boats that they work on, but these guys do poker runs. They actually take this boat on poker runs, and they go out, and while they're on the poker runs, they'll help with customers' boats if there are problems. They're helping customers get their boats ready to go. So Nick and Ian and his entire group, they're just a bunch of hard-working, nice guys, kids, as some people would probably call them, who have earned the respect and earned this win in factory stock. So congratulations to these guys. Boat number 66, 151 Express, your unofficial winners in factory stock. Heritage Canados came over, looked like they gave them a wave of congratulations, and headed back into the wet pits as Nick and Ian will go grab their checkered flag for factory stock. Al and Al went by. They should be our last boat on the race course, and that should wrap up this race. So we will take a short break. It is currently 2:30, so I would imagine 3:15, 3:30 is probably when we will come back for the final race of the day. That will be Super Cat, 4 boats, CR Racing, Great L, Wicked, and Dirty Money coming up in Super Cat. You're watching Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach, coming to you live from beautiful Cocoa Beach, Florida. There is Yardarm, Peppers, and JBS. 151 Express taking the win. Heritage Canados hard-fought second place. Montlick Injury Attorneys, Liquid Molly in third. Yardarm, Peppers in fourth. And Al in fifth. Tough day for the Al and Al team. But we are hoping that it's just a small issue. They can get it worked out. When we show up in Louisiana, they are going to be good to go. All right, there is 151 Express. They are headed over to the start-finish boat to grab their well-deserved checkered flag. Give a little push off there. And Nick Imprescia will wave that checkered flag proudly as they earned that win today. Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach. One more race to go this live stream. Title sponsored by Keltec, presenting sponsor X Insurance, and produced by Greenlight. Presenting sponsors for the event are Visit Space Coast, X Insurance, and legendary Cocoa Beach. And, of course, all the local sponsors, Butt Racks, Cape Marina, JT Social Bar, Bale Brothers, Cranes, and Rigging, Coconuts on the Beach, Sandbar Sports Grill, Direct Graphics Marketing, Boat and Motor Superstore, Florida Power and Light, J&J Cafe, Rocket Healthcare, Navin Boats, J-Mac Roofing, In Place Machining Company, Metrology Works, Springwater Homes, and Fish Lips Bar and Grill. Well, if you're down there in the VIP tent, you got one more race to go. Grab a cocktail, grab some food. We'll be live at about 3:30 with Supercat. You're watching Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach.
The new Keltec PR57 is the lightest 5.7 pistol available. Stripper clips and a rotary barrel create a compact, lightweight, and easy-to-use pistol with a 20+1 capacity. Innovation, performance. Keltec.
From the efficiency of American natural gas and the dependability of nuclear power, to the strength of Florida's sunshine and the flexibility of advanced battery storage systems, we leverage a diverse mix of energy sources to power our growing state, ensuring reliable, low-cost power for your home or business whenever you need it. FPL, working for you every single day. There's something about the people of Florida. Something that makes us go the extra mile. Spend a little more time. Help a neighbor when they need it most. Do our part, big or small, to make things better for everyone. At FPL, we're working every single day to ensure you have electricity you can count on. We're building a stronger, smarter, more resilient grid using cost-effective, diverse energy sources to deliver reliable electricity while keeping bills as low as possible. And while the days come and go, our mission never changes. For nearly a century, FPL has been here, and we will continue to be here, working for you every single day.
Welcome to the fold with a twist. The third generation Keltec Sub 2000 quickly twists and folds in half, optics and all, and just as quickly deploys. Now available in multiple calibers. Innovation, performance. Keltec.
Good afternoon, folks. Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach coming to you live from Cocoa Beach, Florida. Supercat coming up next. We're going to start in just about 10 minutes. The boats are out. The helicopter was spooling up. We're going to go green flag racing shortly. Welcome back to Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach, live from the Atlantic Ocean. Beautiful sunny afternoon. The water has gotten flat, the temperature's gotten hot, and the sun has come out, and we're going racing one more time, the last and final time here in Cocoa Beach, Florida for Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Supercat coming up next. You got CR Racing, Graydell, Dirty Money, and Wicked. 4 boats running today in Supercat. Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Let's give a huge thank you to Keltec for being our title sponsor this year. Thunder on Cocoa Beach Offshore Race would not be possible without the support of great sponsors like Keltec. Make sure to look for their guns at your favorite firearms dealer. Live stream is sponsored by Keltec and X Insurance and produced by Greenlight TV. Presenting sponsors for the event are Visit Space Coast, X Insurance, and Legendary Cocoa Beach. And, of course, all of the local sponsors who make this event happen: Butt Racks, Cape Marina, JT Social Bar, Bale Brothers and Cranes, Coconuts on the Beach, Sandbar Sports Grill, Direct Graphics Printing, Boat and Motor Superstore, Florida Power and Light, J&J Cafe, Rocket Healthcare, Navin Boats, JMac Roofing, In Place Machining Company, Metrology Works, Spring Water Homes, Fish Lips Bar and Grill. Mike, Rick, Kevin, and Carrie have done a fantastic job one more time putting on this event for the 16th year. So congratulations to those guys. Not an easy feat by any means, and they've done a fantastic job at doing it. So thank you for continuing to have us here and supporting us in this great sport of offshore powerboat racing. Hope our VIP hospitality guests are having a good time down there in the VIP tent. Sure, you guys have plenty to drink, plenty to eat. If you want to watch a race VIP style, go to p1offshore.com and secure your VIP tickets. Next race will be in New Orleans, Louisiana. Going to race on Lake Pontchartrain down there. Looking forward to that race. Been a while since we've been to Lake Pontchartrain. That's going to be the weekend of June 28th and 29th, the next event. That will be the first race of the Monster Energy Triple Crown, a new race format for P1 Offshore. You'll want to keep an eye on it, as we will do a 3-race series, 2 days of racing each weekend, combined points for both days, and then we will crown a Triple Crown winner at the end of the 3-race series in St. Petersburg, Florida on Labor Day weekend. Sheboygan, Wisconsin is the stop between those two, but right now it's Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach time. 4 boats in Supercat, CR Racing, Rob Understall, Casey Boaz, Graydell, CJ Grant, Chris Grant, and a new throttle in that boat, Jay Muller. Wicked, Chris Hopgood and Jax Muller, and Dirty Money Racing, Powerhouse Recycling, Britt Lilly and Bill Pyburn in that 388 skater. And they're getting ready to come to the start chute. We're going to go racing one more time here at Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Green flag up, rooster tail up. We're going racing Supercat style. CR is going to be on the inside. Graydell is going to be in the middle, along with Wicked. Dirty Money all the way on the outside. CR Racing, a brand new boat for this team, formerly known as MCon Monster Energy. We know this boat is fast. We know it can win. Let's see how it pays off. Real tight race there between Graydell, another 388 skater, got their new throttle man in that boat. Jay Muller and Chris Grant tested the boat one time, came out here and had a little bit of testing yesterday, but are now in the boat. Dirty Money is going to be outside this group. Dirty Money, a tremendous speed on the outside. Britt and Bill picking right up where they left off last year. Your defending world champions from 2024 are now deck to deck with CR Racing. CR is going to control the inside through this corner. Supercat running 9 laps. 2 388 skaters. Let's see what Rob and Casey can do as they control the inside lane of the corner. Dirty Money's going to be on the outside. Graydell's kind of been swallowed up by these two. Hopefully they weren't pinched off. Chris and Rob raced Supercat last year, but they did so in another skater that was a 4-canopy boat. Used to be their Performance Boat Center Jimmy John's boat. Tyler and Myrick retired from Supercat at the end of 2024, sold this boat. Casey and Rob picked it up. They've made some changes to the boat. Didn't have tractor pipes before, but it does now. Don't know what else they've done. Didn't have a chance to talk to them, but the boat looks really good. They are leading. They controlled the inside lane through that corner. They had good speed, carried good speed through the corner, didn't scrub off too much. Now they will run south and head to the dogleg. Dirty Money giving them chase. Now Dirty Money has to start thinking about Graydell. They were coming up behind them. Where is Wicked in all this battle up here at the front? Wicked, a motion catamaran entry going against all three skaters. What a run for Casey and Rob. They have put about 2 rooster tail lengths between them and Dirty Money. Britt and Bill looking around, trying to find that door. Where is Great L? CR Racing would love for Great L to mess with Dirty Money and possibly slow Dirty Money up some. Maybe be able to extend their lead. While we look at Dirty Money, Bo and Tiffany Renfro of Team Dirty Money wanted to send out a shout out, a huge congratulations to their niece, Maggie Cronin, for graduating from Dawson County High School class of 2025. They texted me on Friday before I left to come down here and said she skipped her high school graduation to come here and watch this boat race in Cocoa Beach. Maggie, congratulations on graduating. There is Wicked, the motion catamaran. They are currently running in 4th. CR sets it in the corner, turns. Dirty Money tries to keep it to the inside. They're trying to run that shorter distance of a course. It's a precarious position to be in. A lot of spray, a lot of roughed up water in there. Great L looks like they look like they're on the inside of it too. Hard to tell from this vantage point. Nope, they might be outside. Trying to carry a little bit more speed. Chris and Jay carry a little more speed on the outside, maybe make up a little bit of ground. Rob and Casey really scrubbed that corner tight. Really ran tight to the pin. Now they will start to run north. Let's see who's faster on the straightaway. This will complete lap number 1 of 9 in Super Cat. We know that this CR Racing boat is fast. It is the defending national champion from 2024. Owned by Tyler and Lindsay Miller, known as MCon Monster Energy. This was a huge purchase for this team because this boat was very well established. Now, we don't know, obviously, what they purchased with it. You know, obviously, the Millers had plenty of setup equipment, knew the boat well. So we don't know what really went along with the deal, but they have kind of picked up where the Millers left off. Of course, Tyler and Myrick, your national champions for 2025. Here is Dirty Money. Boxo Tool Company, their new sponsor for 2025. Of course, Powerhouse Recycling rejoining the team for the 2nd year. I guess this would be their 3rd year now because they started a couple years ago when they had the accident. Got this boat. I think Dirty Money was maybe a little bit faster headed north. They got within about a rooster tail length of CR Racing. They'll dive back into this corner. Casey and Rob really ran a tight line the whole way around, but seemed to carry good speed. They didn't turn the boat so sharp that they lost a lot of speed and were able to keep the distance between Dirty Money and themselves. Let's see if that works out again. Of course, this Dirty Money team has had their fair share of issues over the years, taking their first National Series win last year in Sarasota, Florida, after being plagued with problems just all season long. Ran out of fuel, had escape hatch issue on the bottom, electrical problems, just kind of compiled there. And the joke was, not the joke, but what I said in Sarasota was, as the clouds have lifted, the sun has shined, that team finally got their first win. Here is boat number 54, Great L, Chris Grant and Jay Muller, first time racing together in this 388 skater. This boat was formerly known as Steel, the second Steel boat, owned by the late great J.R. Noble, raced with Grant Bruggerman. Looking at the first Steel boat was the old Dirty Money boat that they had the accident with in Michigan City that ended up totaling that boat. The Great L boat being the second Steel boat. Rob and Casey doing a great job. Lap number 2 of 9. Super Cat Racing is a race of attrition, of course, but it is also a race of setup. These boats run so tight on the edge of their specs that once they burn off that fuel, they start to get a little bit lighter. You'll see a lot of boats have to slow down because they're kind of running on the edge and out of control, and they have to kind of trim it in, run a little bit more conservatively. Sometimes the boats can loosen up. They get real happy with it. The boats will start to carry more speed and go faster. So it really just depends. And 9 laps is a long time to go around the Atlantic Ocean to see who's going to win. There is Wicked, boat number 6. Chris Hopgood and Jax Muller running that Motion Industries catamaran. Wow, look at that. CR really scrubbed a lot of speed. They went into that turn much tighter that time. I don't know. They might not have known where Dirty Money was. But look at Great L. Great L's made up a lot of ground on these front two boats. I'm not sure where that speed came from. CR really ran tight towards that pin. Again, I don't think they knew where Dirty Money was. Maybe they didn't think they could go out that wide. And they scrubbed off some speed. And I think it hurt them maybe just a little bit. But they have really good acceleration out of the corners. And they have good corner speed. They're cornering good all the way around. So there's nothing to take away from them on that. But it looks like Dirty Money starts to pinch on them, starts to pull them in just a little bit. Half a rooster tail length between 1 and 2. And Dirty Money is closing that gap. They are faster than CR Racing right now. But CR Racing will control the inside lane. This is just like the start of this race. Same thing happened. Dirty Money pulled way on the outside, but then didn't have the inside lane. Now, by that vantage point, it looks like they have overtake established. They could close the door down on Rob and Casey. Will Britt leave enough room on the inside? About a rooster tail length separates 1 and 2 now. Really impressed with what Rob and Casey can do in this turn. Let's see if they can keep doing it. It looks like they're going to be able to stay on the inside. I haven't seen them jump back out yet. Oh, looked like they did there. Now you can see the white water on this side of the boat. That means on the outside of Dirty Money. They did not do that last time by. They really tried to stay tight to the inside. They had good speed and good exit corner speed. Yeah, Jay Muller, yep. There is Great L, boat number 54. Now, I'm not sure whose rooster tail that is, but that's probably CR Racing. So maybe now CR is going to have to worry about Great L. That will give Dirty Money the chance to kind of pull away. Good showing for Chris and Jay. Again, first time racing together. Of course, Chris from Canada. Started racing in an MTI. I think that was in 2019, if I remember correctly. And ran with Billy Moore. In fact, Billy Moore ran in this boat with him up until this year. Was very instrumental in getting this team to run as good as it does and go fast. This is a good boat, got a lot of history behind it. And they're pulling on CR Racing too. Something might be going on with CR because they're slowing a lot. I mean, you can't even see whitewater from Dirty Money, so that means Dirty Money is way ahead of them now. That's the wake of Dirty Money just to the right-hand side of your screen. So something must be going on with CR Racing. As Dirty Money took the lead before they entered the north turn. And now there goes Great L. Yeah, I think Great L's now gotten into second, and they have over CR Racing. So not sure what's going on with Rob and Casey. Ran real good out of the gate, fast up front, but just seemed to lose power on the straightaway. This is going to be complete lap number 3 of 4. Last race of the day, Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach. There is Dirty Money. There is Great L. And CR Racing back to third now. Wicked in fourth. Maybe Great L's got some speed. Maybe they'll be able to pull up just a little bit on Dirty Money, make this a race towards the end. Britt Lilly, Bill Pyburn, lap 3 of 9. Bobby Adams, their entire crew, has really put a lot of time and effort into this boat to make it fast and really kind of advance the technology, if you would, within the Super Cat class. And it is paying off. As we know, Britt Lilly's got the entire crew here in Cocoa Beach watching the race and supporting him. As they head north now into the north turn. On to lap 4. Dirty Money in first, Great L in second, CR in third, and Wicked in fourth. If CR did have a mechanical issue, that's going to be a tough day for Rob and Casey. But they will be back in New Orleans, and hopefully we'll get whatever's going on with that boat figured out. But yeah, see, that's Dirty Money way up in the front there. That's Great L in second, and then CR in third. And CR has just lost way too much ground to even be on the same path as Great L, if you would. They don't have the speed anymore. Something has to be wrong with that boat. there is Graydell, Chris Grant and Jay Muller. They ran this boat over in Fort Myers for a day. Then came out here yesterday. Didn't get much test time on it, unfortunately. And Jay raced yesterday in Celsius in Superstock. Now, if you recognize the name Jay Muller, that's because he races with Billy Moff in WHM. But Billy Moff has moved up a class, which allowed this seat to become available for him in Super Cat. So in theory, Jay Muller could be racing 3 boats at one race at times. There is Dirty Money, boat number 3. Of course, we would give a shout out to everybody at home that's supporting Britt Lilly and watching the racing. And there is Wicked, boat number 6. Chris Hopgood and Jax Muller. This is their dad, Jay Muller's boat. This boat has been around for a very long time. Got a big history with this boat. And a very unique design considering really how flat the deck is. There is really no contour to that deck whatsoever. But it also doesn't cut down in the back like a lot of the more newer modern boats do. You can tell by kind of how the height of the back of the boat finishes, just a taller boat in the back. They will run a limited schedule for the 2025 season. The Mullers from Lake Hapakong, New Jersey. Beautiful area up there. Been up there and raced a couple times. But now they are racing in the saltwater and in the ocean off of Cocoa Beach, Florida. Dirty Money continues to lead. Graydell in second. CR Racing in third. I don't see a wake in front of Wicked, so they are not that close to CR at this point where CR just continues to slow. We'll see if we can pan out and see what's going on with CR Racing. As again, they rocketed out of the start. They had a great race going. I'm not sure what happened, but they have slowed all the way back to third. Beautiful day here. It really has gotten flat, though. It has just gotten so much flatter than anybody thought it would. I kind of wondered what these Super Cat teams would be thinking in the pits, because I guarantee they probably had a different setup when they went. If they went in early in the morning right after the drivers' meeting at 8 o'clock, we were done by about 8:30. If they went in that time, conditions were different then than they are now. And I know Dirty Money was in there then because they actually went out and tested for a brief second and came back in. But you would probably definitely want to go with a bit of a taller setup, a faster setup in these conditions, just because, I mean, as you can tell by this shot right here, this is perfect to show you. Dirty Money is not leaving the water. I mean, he kind of gets up on top of it every once in a while, but he's not taking big flyers or big hops. That boat is just set down and run perfectly. They set it to the corner and head into what is turn number 1 on the north end of this course. Lap 5 of 9. 5 laps down, 4 to go. Let's see if Graydell can have anything for this Dirty Money team. Can the team that is in their first race together chase down these veterans now, your defending world champions? They're not that far behind him. That is the wake of Dirty Money there to the right-hand side of your screen, so it's not that far off. But Dirty Money just has perfectly clean water out in front of him at this point. So it would be their race to lose. Graydell, boat number 54, 388 skater. Runs the HRE engine package. Dirty Money is running Todd Goodwin competition engines. I believe CR Racing stuck with Sterling. And Wicked stuck with Sterling. These are all naturally aspirated, 750 horsepower, carbureted motors. That is the spec for the Super Cat class. There are a lot of internal engine rules that they can't break, certain cams and heads rules within the class. So that's really one thing this class is known for. Of course, there is weight requirements, length requirements, drive height requirements, etc. that you have to make sure you have to meet. And something's definitely wrong. This boat just doesn't look as fast. The water is breaking a lot further up on the bow than it was, more up towards the number 08. Of course, Rob and Casey got their race in, or got their start rather, in Superstock racing. Raced that for a while. Then they bought the 388 Skater. That was the four-seater boat that was once raced by Myrick Coyle and Johnny Tomlinson under the Performance Boat Center Jimmy John's banner. That is a World and National Championship hull as well. They ran that boat last year, and again, like I said at the top of our broadcast, purchased this boat from the Millers, formerly known as MCon Monster Energy. There is Wicked. They continue to run in fourth place in Super Cat. Here is Dirty Money. This is going to complete lap number 5. On to lap number 6. Gradell still within striking distance. They're not by any means out of the race. But let's see if they can keep in tow with Dirty Money. Britt, Lily, and Bill Pyburn. This team went through their trials and tribulations last year getting this boat figured out. And Dirty Money came onto the scene back in 2023 and raced in Michigan City. Bill Pyburn was throttling, Rusty Williams driving at the time, and the boat went up and jumped, and it stuffed. And what I mean by stuff is the front end went in first, and it actually broke the boat in half, completely in half. If you've ever seen the pictures of it, it's quite the sight to see. Meanwhile, this boat was owned by a guy named Randy Keys. He races with Billy Allen in Superstock. This boat was on the way to Michigan City race. This used to be a four-seater boat, and the crew was towing it, actually hydroplaned and flipped the boat on the trailer. Didn't total the boat, but the boat went back to Skater. The Dirty Money team bought it, paid Skater to basically cut the deck off of it, put a two-person cockpit on it, and that's the boat you see there today. So as I mentioned, this Dirty Money team has had their work cut out for them over the years of being involved with racing. Bo and Tiffany Renfo, as I mentioned earlier, team owners. Big on the poker run scene. And so is Bill Pyburn, of course, of pure platinum skater fame. Some of the prettiest skaters built to date. Now he's got a beautiful MTI center console that I've got to see a couple times in person. It's an absolutely gorgeous boat. Billy out of Jacksonville, Florida. Britt Lilly out of Arnold, Maryland. There is Wicked, the Motions Catamaran, Jack Smuller, and Chris Hopgood. Of course, Chris Hopgood raced Celsius yesterday with Jackson's father, Jay, in Superstock. A little bit of hop there for this motion, as this boat has been around and raced for a while over the years under a couple of different banners, but always owned by Jay. And would always make appearances at various races. But Jay is a very well respected throttle man, and he throttles a lot of different boats up. CR is now down, and it looks like steam coming out of at least the starboard side. So not sure if that is possibly an overheat issue, but CR looks like they are down and in the middle of the course, or pulling to the middle of the course. Here is Dirty Money. They are our leaders in Super Cat, completed lap number 6 of 7. There is second place, Gradell. And they are not losing ground to this Dirty Money team. I mean, they're staying up there within sight of them. Maybe hoping for a mistake or a mechanical issue, or just the setup maybe going away from Dirty Money a little bit and having to slow, and maybe that will allow Gradell to catch up. Lap number 7 of 9 in the books here. 12-second gap separates Gradell and Dirty Money. So obviously the stopwatch tells a much different story than what we see on our screen, because it didn't look like 12 seconds a couple of laps ago. But if they're just able to continue to run, they have clean water in front of them. They don't have anybody to worry about. They got no wakes to worry about. They can run wherever they want, however they want. They can run their course. And Britt and Bill are probably doing just that. And there is CR Racing. Looks like they are possibly on one motor. So one thing you always have to factor in here when you race in Cocoa Beach is seaweed. I don't see a lot of it out there today, but in years past, we've had big plumes of seaweed all over this race course. And of course, if you suck up the seaweed, these boats have sea strainers on them. These are baskets that are meant to essentially do as they say, strain the water and get dirt and debris out of it. And sometimes if you get enough seaweed up in there, it will clog up the sea strainer and cause an overheat issue. Haven't seen much seaweed today, so don't know if that's what caused Rob and Casey's issue. But I know those guys will take that boat home to Lake of the Ozarks, get it running, and get it back out here. They're running Pee Wee's engines based out of Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri, thanks to Eric Colby, offshore aficionado for Speed on the Water, or offshore reporter. Go to speedonthewater.com for all your latest information and keep up with the sport. They do a great job covering it. Boat number 3, Dirty Money. Bo and Tiffany Renfro, Britt Lilly, and Bill Pyburn in first place. Here is Gradell. It's 12 seconds. And now we're up to 15. So Gradell has lost about 3 seconds and a half a lap to Dirty Money. And kind of what I wondered if it would happen in this race, it really did happen at the beginning. We kind of figured that Dirty Money was going to be the favorite, just because we know how fast they were coming off of their 2024 World Championship. But the two unknown teams, CR and Great L, were the two that I really kind of expected to be able to fill in behind them and give them really a run for their money. And CR just did that. And they were right up there with them the entire time. And then they just started to slow, and they slowed quickly. I mean, it was less than a lap, and they were all the way back to third. So whatever happened to CR happened quickly, and it's an unfortunate turn of events. But Rob and Casey will go back and get that figured out and be back for the Triple Crown event in New Orleans, Louisiana. Good shot down the tunnel there of Dirty Money. Of course, Britt Lilly, son of late legendary throttleman Art Lilly. And Lilly Sport Boats up in Arnold, Maryland, rather. Britt, Amanda, and their daughter Stella, traveling around in the motorhome. There is Motions, or the Wicked Motion. They are currently sitting in third. Back to our leaders. Gotta love the sound of this boat with those tractor pipes. Those short header tractor pipes just give it such a unique sound. As we start lap number 8 of 9, 2 to go. Here in Cocoa Beach, Florida. This is Keltec Thunder, Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Coming to you live from Cocoa Beach, Florida. Our next stop will be New Orleans, Louisiana, June 28th and 29th. And then we will be on to Sheboygan, Wisconsin. And then on to St. Petersburg, Florida for the final race of the year. I just got a message from Doc Jansen. Always good to hear from Doc Jansen of Watch Your Back Racing fame with Brian Forehand. Chris Grant is only 2 weeks following lumbar spine surgery in Denver, Colorado. Pretty cool that he's out here racing and thrashing around inside of one of these boats just 2 weeks out of surgery. But Doc Jansen is the best spinal cord surgery that I know. And it doesn't surprise me that he can get guys back on their feet this quickly. Good to hear from you, Doc. Hope you're doing well. Shout out to everybody that's texted information to help get through the broadcast today. Heard from Bob Teague. I've heard from Doc Jansen, Eric Colby, Sean Smith. Everybody that's texted today, good to hear from you guys. Good to be back in the seat here in Cocoa Beach. Look forward to going to New Orleans, Louisiana, and Sheboygan, Wisconsin, and St. Petersburg, Florida. New Orleans will be the first stop of the Monster Energy Triple Crown. Sheboygan will be the second stop of the Triple Crown, and St. Petersburg, Florida will be the third stop of the Monster Energy Triple Crown series. As we wind down, lap number 8. So this time by for Dirty Money, they should get the white flag for Super Cat. Great L looks really good, though. The boat is really, really flat. Not much of a rooster tail. They look a little slower, though. The water might be breaking a little bit on the front. A little bit further up on the front, rather. But remember, this is their first race together, and Jay Muller really doesn't have a whole bunch of time throttling this boat. So, they got to go out and get their feet wet. To go out there and finish a race is kind of a win. They'll be in second place. They'll get second place points for today. Now, this is spec class racing, so they will have to go back and meet weight requirements and mechanical requirements as such, and as enforced by the Tom Richard and his inspection team. Thanks to Sean Steiner and the entire safety crew. Quiet day today, a little bit busier yesterday. when a super stock boat rolled over in the super stock race, but everybody was okay. Sean and his whole staff are our angels in the sky. They are what keep us safe while we do this. A boat flips over, they are the ones that jump in the water and climb up on it and help get everybody out. Yesterday when the super stock boat flipped over, they were right on top of it within seconds. They had people there to help. So thanks to Sean and, again, all the medical staff for being the angels in the air. Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Start of the last lap of the last race of the day. And, of course, Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Mike, Rick, Carrie, and Kevin would, again, like to give a huge thank you to Keltec. Keltec stepped up this year, and it couldn't have gone any better. It's a great sponsor, been around, been on board with this race for a long, long time. And races like this can't happen with people like Keltec. So thank you, Keltec, for your support. Look for their guns at your favorite firearms dealer. Our live stream has been title sponsored by Keltec and our presenting sponsor, X Insurance. Thanks to Lauren and the entire Greenlight staff. Great job. Only fought off a couple of mechanical issues in the middle of their audio issues in the middle of the day. Sorry, I used to talk about boat racing and mechanical stuff. Our presenting sponsors for the event are Visit Space Coast, X Insurance, and legendary Cocoa Beach. And, of course, all of the local sponsors. While you have the big sponsors and you have the presenting sponsors and the people that write the big checks, there are a lot of people that write little checks and give things to races that sometimes aren't monetary investments but logistic investments and so on and so forth, or in-kind donations to the event. And the event can't help. The event cannot happen without those people as well. You have Butt Racks, Cape Marina, JT Social Bar, located inside Cocoa Beach La Quinta Inn, Bale Brothers Cranes and Rigging, Sandbar Sports Grill, Direct Graphics Printing, Coconuts on the Beach, Boat and Motor Superstore, Florida Power and Light, J&J Cafe, Rocket Healthcare, Navin Boats, J-Mac Roofing, In Place Machining Company, Metrology Works, Springwater Homes, Fish Lips Bar and Grill, and of course I mentioned earlier, Mike, Rick, Carrie, and Kevin, your 4 event producers here for 16 years in Cocoa Beach. Could not do it without you guys. Carrie and Kevin have been great friends to me in the sport for many, many years. We enjoy coming down here. This is my favorite race sites. Always look forward to getting to come back to Cocoa Beach, and you should too. This is an easy place to get to from Orlando. There are lots of Southwest flights from all over the country into Orlando. It's a 45-minute ride straight out of 528. Whether you're taking a cruise, whether you want to go to the beach, this is the place to do it. Make sure you visit Cocoa Beach. Beautiful town. Got Ron John Surf Shop. Got the Kennedy Space Center. All kinds of good stuff happening down here in Florida. So Dirty Money is through the dog leg. Now they're making the final right-hand turn one more time on the south end of this course. Britt and Bill picking up right where they left off last year with the win here in Cocoa Beach, Florida. Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach as they exit the final turn one more time. They'll trim the drives up. They'll accelerate, come through that start chute, those green buoys, and cross the finish line to take the checkered flag in Supercat. Graydell should come across in second, and Wicked, now a lap down, will come across in third as CR is out with a mechanical issue. Lead was down to about 14 seconds last time we checked between Dirty Money and Graydell. Maybe Graydell found a little bit of speed, but hats off to this team. Again, as I mentioned, they picked up right where they left off, and they will do so again. The checkered flag goes to boat number 3, Dirty Money Racing, Powerhouse Recycling, Britt Lilly, and Bill Pyburn. Congratulations on your Super Cat win. There is the checkered flag. Here is Graydell, second place in your first race together, boys. Can't be too disappointed with that. Chris Brandt, Jay Muller coming across the line in second. Great job. We'll look for great things to come from this team as they take home second place, and Jack Smuller and Chris Hopgood will come across the line in third. And even though I think they were a lap down, race control will probably allow them to go ahead and pull off. That way the Coast Guard can open up the ocean again. Shout out to all of our military personnel, the Army, the Navy, the Marines, and the Air Force. Without our armed services and armed forces, we would not be able to do these type of things on the weekend. So thank you to those who serve and have served and who will serve in the future. Might not know who you are yet, but if you're thinking about it, thank you in advance. Thank you all to all of our local municipalities, fire department, EMS, police. All you guys, this race could not happen without any of those support staff either. Cocoa Beach, the town is always welcome. We come down here, great block party on Friday night. We take race boats downtown, block off streets, and have a great time, get to interact with the fans. Really, really cool thing to do down here. As I mentioned, Kevin, Carrie, Mike, and Rick, thank you guys for the 16th year. And here are the unofficial results for Super Cat. Boat number 3, Dirty Money Racing, Britt Lilly, Bill Pyburn. 54, Great L, CJ Grant Racing in second, Chris Grant, Jay Muller. Boat number 6, Wicked, Chris Hopgood, Jax Muller in third and fourth. CR Racing, Rob Understall and Casey Boaz. Tough day as they were really charging hard from the start of the race. Well, there goes a lovely Carnival cruise ship. They are headed out of Port Canaveral, out to sea for a couple of days to go check out the beautiful Atlantic Ocean. We are going to wrap up our broadcast. Congratulations to all of our winners. Thank you to Keltec. You've been watching Keltec Thunder on Cocoa Beach 2025. Thank you, Keltec, for being our sponsor this year. Congratulations, Dirty Money. You won in Super Cat. Congratulations to all our winners. Thank you to Greenlight TV, Laura, Noah, all of our producers. Thanks to Race Control and everybody that had a hand in putting this event on. We will see you in New Orleans in June.
The new Keltec PR57 is the lightest 5.7 pistol available. Stripper clips and a rotary barrel create a compact, lightweight, and easy-to-use pistol with a 20+1 capacity. Innovation, performance. Keltec.
From the efficiency of American natural gas and the dependability of nuclear power, to the strength of Florida's sunshine and the flexibility of advanced battery storage systems, we leverage a diverse mix of energy sources to power our growing state, ensuring reliable, low-cost power for your home or business whenever you need it. FPL, working for you every single day. There's something about the people of Florida. Something that makes us go the extra mile. Spend a little more time. Help a neighbor when they need it most. Do our part, big or small, to make things better for everyone. At FPL, we're working every single day to ensure you have electricity you can count on. We're building a stronger, smarter, more resilient grid using cost-effective, diverse energy sources to deliver reliable electricity while keeping bills as low as possible. And while the days come and go, our mission never changes. For nearly a century, FPL has been here, and we will continue to be here, working for you every single day.
Welcome to the fold with a twist. The third generation Keltec Sub 2000 quickly twists and folds in half, optics and all, and just as quickly deploys. Now available in multiple calibers. Innovation, performance. Keltec.